All right, welcome back. Welcome back to the Late Show. This is your host, Young Brando. I'm so happy to be with you again to talk watches. We are going. One second, what's going on with my microphone? We're going to go through the Ineichen Zürich auction with the neo vintage focus. It's a very interesting curation. As you know, I really like that auction house. They're doing some wonderful things, some very disruptive things with eliminating the buyer's premium, having a weekly refresh of their timed auction pieces, about half a dozen that cycle in and out. And then on a regular basis, they also curate around very specific themes, very cool auctions. For example, they had calendar watches. They had in the past a, an auction on the art of Breguet, so to speak, all these pieces that dated all the way back to the early days of the Breguet revival under the Chomet brothers to the present, encompassing some very special limited editions. Um, they have also done things that are a little more offbeat, a little quirkier, like they had one called German speaking watches that combined German made pieces like, pre-war or even wartime Lange, pre-Swatch, Glashütte Original, but also IWC Schaffhausen and so many others, of course. Um, and more recently, we just covered the new Independence auction that they held, and that is actually in the process of still being finalized, with the live session to be held on May 11. But leading up to that, they have actually a timed online exclusive auction around neo vintage timepieces, which we'll talk about, and we can talk about the various ways people go about defining that. Um, and I think there are a few terms that are very useful and that can be contested, reconfigured, and understood in different ways. So the point is, again, on this channel, always we are trying to find ways of expressing ourselves as clearly, as informatively as possible when talking about watches, and in a way have a good track record of using terminology consistently. So I will try to clarify what I mean by neo vintage and what they might mean by neo vintage. But I will start the show by sharing a few beautiful things I came across earlier in the day. You guys remember, I actually had a very nice live show with the professor earlier today, my day. In the PM, in the evening, for the folks across the pond. And we talked specifically about the sixth annual Swiss Watcher report that Morgan Stanley prepared, and tried to understand some of the developments, some of the recent trends in the Swiss horological market through that. So check out that interview if you would like. Put it on your queue. Hit the like button in advance. You got to trust me at this point. But thank you for your support. In either case, check it out in your own time. I would appreciate that. I also posted. Yeah, that's one way to put it. If you're an antique dealer, one thing that I came across today was this striking portrait photo, a Polaroid photograph at that, of the Italian fashion designer Valentino Garavani, actually captured by Andy Warhol. And it has this beautiful Cartier watch that they don't currently have on the catalog, but that is a very cool piece that they call ceinture, since it looks very much like a belt buckle of sorts, kind of like this. Very cool watch, very interesting watch, and it's nice to see it on Valentino's wrist. Valentino, of course, is a huge fan of Cartier himself. He has been photographed, especially in his young age, with Pasha Perpetual Calendar, among many other watches. But this is a very special one. This is a very unique one. I love the doubled shape that serves as a unique crown guard as well. And it was, again, it was quite beautifully matched in his case with this outfit that's at once quite buttoned up, but also rather casual, with his long pointed colors, little knitted tie there, and a saddle stitch leather strap that is relatively light brown, like a tan strap. And of course, the cuffs have been loosened, unbuttoned, reflecting probably the mood of that particular night. Pretty cool capture. I guess you can say Andy Warhol had an eye for these things, maybe some artistic talent of some sort. You can let me know. It's a little over my head. But joking aside, I think this was a cool watch photo. I think it is from 1973, when he was fond of snapping Polaroid photographs, these kind of candid portraits of friends and other loved ones. And certainly a cool style picture indeed. Here's another piece that I came across yesterday. You remember we were talking about the Audemars Piguet Cartier tank watch in platinum that was listed at the Monaco Legend Group auction that's going to take place this weekend. And I came across this tank, which shouldn't surprise, of course, because a lot of hand-wound tanks were actually built on movements supplied by Jaeger-LeCoultre, otherwise known as the European Watch Co. So this is a pretty cool piece with the Gaudron like guilloche decoration on the case. It looks like a watch that would make a great two-piece combo, great set, along with a nice old school Dupont lighter with a similar Gaudron or Gadroon style decoration. Lovely champagne dial with the indices laid out like rays of the sun, which reflects, of course, the soleil or sunburst finish of the dial. The JL logo is always very cool and placed here at 12 o'clock. And of course, Je le Coutre script right below it as well. And the watch in general is in a pretty decent condition, and apparently has seen a very recent service at JLC. Lovely angles that are well preserved. And apparently back from service very recently. I don't have any affiliations to whoever this seller is, apparently a professional dealer. But there we go. This is something they listed on Chrono 24. A beautiful and unique JLC tank in 18 karat yellow gold that was recently serviced and that is built on a hand wound movement. So now on to the auction. Oh, that's fantastic. Great. Guys, sorry, I have a problem with that microphone, so it is what it is. It's gonna get better at some point. Um, there has to be some other way of alerting me because I run the show on my own, as you guys know, so it's not like I can do two things at once. And if the microphone is still green for me, I keep thinking it's working. But thank you for letting me know in some way. I'm not going to repeat everything, but I was saying I wanted to preview for you. This is an auction that we will get back to that focuses on François Paul Jean's art, as they call it. And there are many interesting examples of his watches, like a wall clock that is modeled after a chronomètre Sofran, like chronomètre Holland and Holland, which is in stainless steel with this unique Damascus style dial, wooden dial. Of course, there are various iterations of the chronomètre à résonance, the line sports and octa, as well as the tourbillon souverain with the remontoir d'égalité and dead seconds, so on and so forth. But I was saying what really caught my fancy was lot number 8, which actually is what they call triptyque vagabondage, a trilogy of 3 generations, 06, 10, and 17, of François Paul Jean's unique expression of the jumping hour complication, of which, as you can probably tell from the case, is something that he first devised for Cartier. Cartier scrapped the project, which was a huge source of disappointment for François Paul Jean, but it was also an important turn in his career because that's one of the moments when he realized he just simply has to go his own way, do his own path. Thank you so much, by the way, Owl, Mike David, John Seltzer, staying with me and helping me work through the problem. So this model, specifically the one from 2006, was revived at the urging of Osvaldo Patrizzi, who came knocking on François Paul Jean's door, asking him for something special that would help him celebrate the 30th anniversary of Antiquorum, which at that time he was still leading. So since it was a time crunch, since François Paul only had 6 months, there wasn't enough time to devise something, to design something from scratch. He remembered that he had these, the prototypes of these chucked away in some drawer. So he revived them in 3 medals, one for each decade. The collectors got jealous, so he had to make another 66, basically. And the other generations also had 69 examples each. And finally, here is a box set that has one of each in platinum and presents them with a unique number, this particular one being number 47 out of 69. What a great set. Unfortunately, with an estimated value that's well over my budget, but we will talk more about these. We will look more at these pieces and maybe pine for them a little bit. That will be the next stop. But for now, I want to go back to Ineichen, which, as I mentioned, is one of my favorite auction houses. It's one of the earliest, along with Antiquorum, to pay attention to wristwatches as collectible items. And, all of this is happening around mid 70s. And it's absolutely not a coincidence, right? It is really at the moment where the onset of the quartz crisis is taking place. The effects of the mass production of quartz-powered watches are beginning to be felt. So there's a certain yearning towards those times when mechanical watches were all that. So it's interesting that the auction market for collecting watches, wristwatches specifically, and not clocks and pocket watches, started taking shape and taking off from the mid 70s forward. And that's absolutely not a coincidence. Ineichen was one of the first players. Antiquorum, which established its wristwatch division under the leadership of Osvaldo Patrizi in 74, is usually seen as the vanguard in the auction world. That being said, I think this is a great segue to give meaning to what one means by neo-vintage. So in a casual way, a lot of times I use this term somewhat loosely. I use it to refer, sometimes in a very general sense, to the lasting influence and even legacy of vintage horological design on today's releases, right? The styling of the watches, the decoration of the dials, from Breguet hands to Breguet numerals, the whole deployment of monopusher chronographs, for example. I don't think it's a coincidence that they put them back to back, which is now coming back again. All of these things are important to me, but I also remember some years back, a collected man had a very detailed essay on what neo-vintage means. And they defined it both as a particular historical time period, very akin to what John was saying earlier, but also in the specific sense of encompassing anything and everything that falls between vintage and contemporary releases, specifically watches that were released after the after the quartz crisis, after 72, let's say, very quickly. And most importantly, though, as they were detailing in that essay, this was a time period where influence of classical watch design was melded together with more modern production techniques, right? For example, not everything was sketching and drawing by hand anymore. Computer-aided design started taking its place within the industry. Acrylic crystals gave way to sapphire crystals. The cases started being made in an entirely different way, so on and so forth, right? So it's not only the fact that we are talking about post 70s developments of and releases of watches in the Swiss industry, but we're also talking about watches that were made by blending elements from the best of the horological tradition and modern techniques of production. And I think Ineichen here made a selection that really embodies both. Cartier is heavily represented here, and I would say rightly, because whatever you consider the legacy of CP to be, Collection Privée Cartier Paris, it was an important experiment in its time, and it was a great way of bringing the design expertise and stylistic archive of Cartier into a kind of explosive combination with high horology. Of course, the best example of that is something that we can see at lot 3, which I will privilege. This is probably the monopusher chronograph from CP in its most desirable form. I think the oversized Roman numeral at 12 o'clock has a particular charm. So does the white metal case. In this case, it is white gold, but it's also just a terribly balanced watch in a way. As classical as it is in its design and conception, it is also quite dynamic, with a kind, largely monochromatic execution. White gold case, white gold crown, a silvered dial that is very subtly but also beautifully guilloché, decorated by a rosette pattern that emanates from the hand stack, but that contrasts beautifully with all those details of, and of course, not to forget the beaded beads of white gold for the hour markers. But all that contrasts beautifully with the seconds track, chronograph seconds track that tracks 1/5 of a second, that is executed in blue. The number 12 in Roman numeral is inscribed in blue. The railroad tracks for both the 30-minute totalizer and the continuous running seconds is in blue. All the hands are heat blued, including, of course, the Breguet-styled hands for hours and minutes. And as is the case with gold, with precious metal Cartier watches, the cabochon itself is also genuine sapphire, which happens to be also blue. So there's a certain sportiness, certain casualness that infuses what is otherwise a very classical design of the roaring 20s. And perhaps now we are coming on to the most important point, at least for a nerd such as myself. and that is the movement of this watch. That is the caliber. We were just talking about François Paul Jean doing certain things on a contractual basis for Cartier, and that collaboration extends back in time. At that time, François Paul Jean and Denis Flageolet, whom we know today from De Béthune, were in a common venture that included at one point in time Vianney-Alter as well. They called it Technique Horlogère Appliquée, THA, and it was a kind of high horological boutique complications workshop. And one of the things that they offered on their own initiative to Cartier was the revival of the monopusher Cartier chronograph from the Roaring '20s, and they designed the caliber 045 MC for the Parisian house, and this is a movement that today is quite iconic of the time and has been also used in various modified guises in De Béthune watches as well. De Béthune 1, DB1, runs on a version of this caliber. DB8 with the Arabic numeral 8, so-called football timer with a 45-minute counter at 6 o'clock. That runs on a version of this caliber. And the most recent DB8 with the 8 spelled out also inherits a version of this caliber. So a great bridge from the neo-vintage into contemporary high horological. This is a great way to begin. This piece, of course, as it behooves such an important limited production special occasion watch, comes as a full set with its red special Cartier presentation box, matching déployant clasp in white gold. The case itself is certainly worn, but looks unabused and in a good condition. And clearly, the piece commands a lot of value. As I mentioned, no buyer's premium at Ineichen Zürich's auction. This goes for both the fixed price and whenever the auction ends. The fixed price decided on this watch is, I think, slightly above the market value right now, but not altogether unreasonable. Fixed price is $55,700 in US dollars, but the current bid for lot 3 already stands at around 39,000 US dollars with 9 days to go. So you can expect this watch to be sold quite soon and not quite make it to the end of the timed auction. This was the Cartier Tortue monopusher chronograph by Cartier from the CP collection, currently being bid at 39,000 US dollars at Ineichen Zürich. As it turns out, the monopusher chronograph seems to be a very popular category for this particular auction, because at number 1 and 2, they have very nice versions of an Ulysse Nardin monopusher chronograph with a pulsometer dial that was once released for the 175th anniversary of the manufacture in Le Locle. It is a pulsometer chronograph as well, with a scale that is graduated for 30 pulsations, meaning you engage the chronograph, counts up to 30 pulsations, and when you push the same button, since this is a monopusher chronograph, you will end up with the approximate heart rate of the patient. You push the pusher one more time, you engage the pusher one more time, and it's reset to 0. I love how you have the spade hand for the hour and this elegantly twisted minute hand. The centrally deployed chronograph seconds hand is also that beautiful shade of tempered electric blue. This is a yellow gold case with the original Ulysse Nardin matching tang buckle, as well as the original strap as well, which was stamped with the Anchor logo. Presentation box that's properly aged and peeled. Unfortunately, these older watch boxes on their insides don't take humidity too well, which is a shame. This is number 59, comes also with its proper paperwork. Great example of the tradition that Ulysse Nardin presents in this classic 37 millimeter pulsometer monopusher chronograph with a white enamel dial. Very elegant, very classical. Lot 1, unlike the Cartier monopusher, has not yet attracted any bids. The starting bid is at $11,150 US. There is also a fixed price that is set at $27,850. You have the same piece, except I believe this might not be the limited edition. But is that perhaps better? At any rate, it is a number 2, gives you a glimpse onto a monopusher chronograph caliber that is finely decorated. That's oversized onion crown with the pusher lodged right onto it, a white enamel dial that does not, in this case, carry the traces of that anniversary. And the scale is actually a tachymeter scale rather than the pulsometer that we had seen in the white gold version. This is from around 2000, a similar 37 millimeter case, this time in white gold, with a white enamel dial, tachymeter scale, stylized Arabic numerals, and very artistic, old school horological handset, spade, hour hand, and a beautifully twisted minute hand. The fixed price is the same, 27,850, but the current bid stands at 13,400 in US dollars with more than 9 days to go. We're talking about how overrepresented Cartier perhaps is, especially with the CP collection. Probably very well justified due to that connection between high horology and design that we were talking about, classical design expertise and archive of Cartier, and the more modern approaches to movement architecture, design, and manufacture combined at CP. This is a time-only version of the Cartier Tortue in platinum. It is actually a two-hander with the déployant clasp, sapphire cabochon on the crown. The clasp actually does not match the case, so it is executed in white gold and not platinum. And the case, once again, looks used but not abused. Fantastic dress watch. Again, great style that harkens back to the Roaring '20s. I love the wishbone styled regulator that is itself heat blued, a beautiful touch. And again, the Cartier logo might not be the most traditional way of decorating, of adorning the bridge plates, but it is certainly very excessive and extravagant, and I just love it. I love it when Hermès does it as well in their manufacture calibers that come from Vaucher in Fleury. The H1837 base movement, which is decorated excessively with the initial H, just as we have the double wishbone logo here. Beautiful neo-vintage piece, I think in a great condition as well. The piece does have a fixed price, buy it now price of 33,450 at lot 4. This time only two-hander version of the Cartier Tortue from Collection Privée Cartier Paris. The current bid is already at 15,050 US dollars with more than 9 days to go on this piece. At number 5, we have a Cartier Pasha perpetual calendar in yellow gold. This is a piece that carries the magical touch of Gérard Jantat in more ways than one. Pasha was a design that existed in a very different way in the Cartier catalog, but the way we know it today is a design that has been set in stone by none other than Gérard Jantat. This round case that plays with the interaction or interplay of different geometric shapes. In the time-only versions, that usually is a square in the background. Here, it's kind of like an ellipse versus circle. You also have those nautical evocations, as is usually the case with Jarajanta's watches. Here you can see that in the rotational timing bezel. You can see it in the lozenge-shaped, broad sword-shaped hands, which are generously loomed. You can see it in the particular flask-like closure of the crown, the particular structure of the crown guard, which at least has the suggestion of a certain water tightness, a waterproofness, screwing things down and battening up the hatches. And here, to add to the additional elements of Jarajanta design is, of course, that moon phase. I just want to throw in there and some of his own perpetual calendar designs, so you know what I exactly mean. Like this one, for example. This is Jarajanta's own brand and a perpetual calendar in what he called the succès or success case, which again plays at once with his favorite geometric shape, the octagon, and ship's wheel bezel that sits on top of it, which is part of the nautical gesture. And the moon phase is at 12 o'clock, usually with a semi-precious stone background. For his own brand, he almost exclusively chose lapis lazuli. That was usually the case with Cartier as well. I think here maybe you have a different stone, but that's also his idea. Honestly, it looks like a different stone, so I don't want to say it's lapis necessarily, although it might be with something else perhaps playing part in the finish. But in either case, this is a beautiful Jarajanta design. I love when it's presented on a leather strap like this, even though it is a great bracelet watch as well. The leather strap certainly brings out the unique elements of the Vendôme lugs, which were first designed by Louis Cartier, but also used and iterated in this particular version by Jarajanta as well. So the Pasha Perpetual Calendar is a design that carries that 70s / timeless design touch of the master himself, and also expresses that luxurious execution of Cartier. And since we talked about Valentino right before we pass, I do want to show you his Pasha Perpetual Calendar that he wore in late 88, like this, as you can see. It is really a beautiful watch, very underrated piece. These perpetual calendars, both Cartier Pasha pieces, and especially the pieces that go under his own brand. Listen, it's a crime. It's a crime how accessible they are, what kind of value proposition they present. They used to be even cheaper, but unfortunately, most of us missed those times, but it's still a great deal. Here, lot number 5 is a Cartier Pasha perpetual calendar in this timed auction by Ineichen Zürich, curated around the theme of neo-vintage watches. The piece has a fixed price of 22,300. The current bid stands at 8,950 for the Cartier Pasha perpetual calendar in yellow gold. Now, speaking of these sorts of collaborations between names in high horology, recognizable names, here is a piece that Cartier did on the base of the Jarajanta design, Pasha, in collaboration with Andersen Genève, Sven Andersen, of course, both in his work that he did in restoring and servicing very important and historical pieces. The work he did at Patek Philippe, and of course the work he has been doing again as a pioneer in the independent watchmaking space. He is one of the most respected and cherished names, one of the proper names in independent watchmaking. This is a piece that he designed for Cartier. As you can see, it has a single hour hand, right, which is a crescent for the night hours and the wee hours of the morning, and a kind of solar creature when it actually is showing the hours where the sun is up. It's really such a simple but also an absolutely beautiful way of indicating time. I love pieces like this. I'm actually intensely desiring a jump hour piece these days. I don't know what's happening to me, but I think what really pulls me in these kinds of watches is the unusual and at least partly romantic, but certainly simplified way of expressing time. I believe this is actually a minute, minutes on the subdial, but let's double check it in the video. Beautiful silvered guilloche decorated dial with the classic Claude Paris hobnail style decoration. And all of this happens in a yellow gold Cartier Pasha case, which has a self-winding movement. Of course, it has a folding clasp that is in matching 18-karat yellow gold. And as you can see, that is not running seconds, but actually minutes on the subdial. The main attraction is this unique indication of night and day, of the hours. it is absolutely beautiful. One of only 20 in a 38 millimeter, again, yellow gold Pasha case with a guilloche decorated dial. In good, honest condition. The piece has not attracted any bids yet at lot 6, but I'm sure this is one of the pieces that will go to the discerning buyer. It has a fixed price of $50,150 in US dollars, but I expect it to go for considerably less. We'll see how it turns out for lot 6. I'm skipping to the next one because we are going to look at another Andersen masterpiece from 1998, this time in white gold. A much more monochromatic expression. I like the severity of this watch, to be honest, even though the yellow gold case with those crescents and solar tips in matching gilt tones expresses better, I think, the purpose of this watch. But this is very muted. This is also very classy. This is very monochromatic, which is a style that I absolutely adore as well. Of course, you get every benefit of the Cartier Pasha case. Still, of course, you get that beautiful guilloche movements, a guilloche dial with the hobnail pattern. And in fact, you get a decorated rotor that's partially skeletonized to put the Cartier double wishbone logo in relief. So that monochromatic appearance is even largely preserved on the case back. And finally, you of course get the white gold déployant clasp as well. That is in the signature shape of Cartier too. Not to forget the papers. This is once again a Cartier Pasha Jour et Nuit by Andersen Genève. A very unique expression of hours and minutes of time that Andersen was commissioned to make for Cartier. And lot number 8, I believe, is actually a piece that he made under his own name. As you can see, this is a perfectly round case with a smooth bezel. The tones on the dial are a little different, right? This is even more severe than that white gold Pasha. You have like a pyramidal pattern that has kind of a charcoal gray note, and the accents here are more black than silver. The blackening of the hands, in fact, comes across even more severe. The branding flanks the minute subdial, Andersen Genève, and the model name is there under 12 and 24 jour et nuit. And in a way, I guess the black and white color scheme conveys that same idea of black and white, day and night as well. So I'll concede this is also a very beautiful watch, and it is also quite meaningful that this is under his own name with that old school Anderson Genève pin buckle with the enamel detail that leaves the brand logo on relief, expressed on the buckle like that. And you have an even more sensual expression of the movement, which is a hand mount movement in this case, very deep, beautiful Geneva stripes that have this sort of stepped look almost. There's so much dimension you can see there. Black polished screws, very dark rubies, which I can only assume are very expertly and specifically chosen for this. And the anglage seems absolutely superb. This is also number 2, as it's inscribed on the perimeter of the case back. The piece, for better or worse, does not come with any papers. A much more present watch, a much more oversized piece at 43 millimeters. And again, with that domed bezel, it also has kind of like a frying pan look, which is quite fair, right? When you express hours in this pointer fashion in 2 fan-like scales in the upper half of the dial, it must be difficult to read if you're not used to the watch, especially. So to have a bigger dial is, I think, a way in which form follows function here. So I can't hate on it. It's not just making a big watch for the sake of making a big watch. This is lot number 8. As always, there's a buy it now price at 33,450, differently from the pieces that Andersen made for Cartier. This piece uses a larger case with stubby lugs and a hand-wound caliber, which should allow, even with the size of this particular piece, a watch that is almost universally wearable because it will sit closer to the wrist thanks to that Frédéric Piguet caliber base. And the current bidding stands at 17,850 for lot number 8. This is Andersen Genève's own jour et nuit, with a unique expression of hours and minutes across fan-like scales after day and night, and minutes on a small subdial at the traditional 6 o'clock. There's another beautiful piece by Ineichen Zürich, which is based on a humble caliber of ETA 2892, but is actually a perpetual calendar and chronometer in one, a two-tone silver sunburst dial. The three hands are pencil style, heat blued. The old school enamel logo. The series number is at 9 o'clock. You have the big date at 3 o'clock. The month, as well as the leap year on the back of the case. The certificate of origin of the watch. This piece was only produced apparently from 1993 to 1996. Very classic 37, 38 millimeter white gold case with stepped lugs that have this slight droop, nice curvature. And you also have a winder that comes as the presentation box of the watch as well, made by Scatola del Tempo, the Italian company that used to make a lot of these boxes for Patek, for Breguet, among others. Again, very interesting piece that was made in early to mid 90s by Sven Andersen. A chronometer and a perpetual calendar that seems to be a no-nonsense kind of approach to what is otherwise understood as a prestige complication. A very wearable and interesting watch, significant piece of recent horological history of independent makers. This piece has a fixed price of $44,550. But hey, JB, how are you doing? Of course. I'm sorry that I didn't. This piece has a fixed price of $44,550. It is currently being bid at $16,750 in US dollars, with more than 9 days left. That was lot number 9 for the Ineichen Zürich chronomètre perpétuel. Thank you so much, JB, for dropping by and reminding me to drop the link. The beautiful pieces continue. We have an old school Ineichen Zürich World Time, 1884. This is, in such a classic case shape that reminds me of the Vacheron Constantin traditionnel in a certain sense. Lovely pink gold number, one of only 120 pieces. This is number 31. Kind of like a powder blue map of the globe at the center. The hour markers are expressed in pink gold beads that follow the tones of the case. The skeletonized hands give you a nice view of the globe at all times with minimal interruption. And you have a number of different cities, mostly usual suspects, but also some different locations on the city's ring, which is in this baby blue. That's, hey, I just love the colors of this particular case. I never thought it would fit so well with a pink gold case, but all these different shades of blue that are mostly quite light, even used for the night part of the 24-hour ring. I really like it. And it is kind of like a stepped dial. The city's ring is on a certain plane, and then the 24-hour ring slides inward, which gives us to the globe pattern of the center of the dial, which is marked 1884 and is expressed in this grid-like structure of the meridians. And as you can see from a little far further away, it actually looks like a very plain dial with lots of legibility for the actual time. Matching tang buckle. Dedicated to the inventor of the world time, Sanford Fleming, whose likeness is engraved on the rotor. With the requisite papers. And there we go. This is Anderson Genève World Time 1884, lot number 10, served up in a 41 millimeter pink gold case that is reminiscent of the lines of a Vachon Constantin traditionnel. And I believe everything is operated from the crown, but let's see if they have any explanations. No, it does not, actually. The caliber is, for better or worse, a Mido basic caliber with a full gold rotor that's modified to for this world time function. The piece is already sold at the fixed price of 16,750, almost at the beginning of the affair. This was lot number 10, Anderson Genève World Time. How does the world time function work like this? Is there a hidden hand? I believe it is simply from a certain position on the crown. You pull it out once, you turn the city ring. You pull it out twice, you turn, you set the time. Let me see if I can find, or if I can see a demonstration of it in any way. They have it on their own website. Let me see. Okay, made 50 in white gold, 50 in pink gold. So really it's one of 50 rather than one of 20, and 20 in platinum. Yeah, I think that's what the crown is for. It's basically changing the positions. Mhm. Yeah. All right. Sorry for that little delay. It's operated through the crown in different positions, one for setting the time, one for rotating and flipping through the city's rings. This was lot number 10 that was sold out at the fixed price, no buyer's premium. That was 16,750 for this 41 millimeter pink gold case, one of 120 across all metals, and one of 50 in pink gold. 884 refers, of course, to the World Conference where that meridional division has been decided. Here is a beautiful example of an early Parmigiani Fleurier. A limited edition of 15 pieces. With a unique engraving of the Spasskaya Tower from Moscow. The classic fluting decoration of the brand is represented even on the tank buckle. But of course, on this double-stepped bezel, which is finely fluted to evoke the basis of Doric columns from ancient Greece. This is a 40 millimeter pink gold case in a limited edition 1 of 15 frosted Breguet track that stands up to those pink copper tones of the case, the classic handset for the Toric. The stylized Arabic numerals are engraved and enameled. The second's hand is heat blued for maximal contrast. The date is expressed through a finely carved out opening at 3 o'clock, and the crown is set with a sapphire cabochon as well on this very special piece with a high quality mother of pearl dial, presented on a black alligator strap, which is an original Parmigiani Fleurier strap made by Hermes and stamped with the medallion logo, and again an engraving of the Spasnaya Tower on the case back. This is Parmigiani Fleurier limited edition Toric, 1 of only 15, with a fixed price of 22,300, bidding at 11,150, with 9 days to go for lot number 11. Yeah, it's amazing. It literally is supposed to harken back to the bases, the foundations of ancient Greek columns, the Doric columns. Here is another example of that case. This time we have a more complicated piece, however. Again, a 40 millimeter pink gold case with the double stepped bezel, finely fluted, a guilloche decorated dial in charcoal gray. This is a perpetual calendar with the moon phase indicator and a retrograde date, which is expressed in the form of a downward facing crescent. The blue hand snaps back at the beginning of the month, right above the moon phase indicator, which is at 6 o'clock. You have the true aperture for day of the week and the month, and under 12 o'clock you have the leap year indicator, which is right above a plaque that has the Parmigiani Fleurier inscription. The second cent 2 is heat blued, and those two hands match the inky blue night sky of the moon phase indicator in a beautiful combination. A rich dark brown alligator strap with large scales The tank buckle again is the brand's proprietary fluted decoration. We have an exhibition case back that has the barley grain guilloche decoration on the full gold rotor. Those subtle teardrop-like lugs that are soldered onto this architectural case. And you can see how that fluting is also echoed, repeated on the case back as well, which adds to the arts-like objectness of this watch on the wrist, and whenever you actually wish to turn it around and contemplate. The piece actually comes in Wolf branded presentation box / winder, which is, to my eyes, the only justifiable use of an actual winder, because you really don't need it for any of your other watches. You don't leave your car running for hours on end when you aren't actually driving it. Don't put your watches on winders just because it's a cool way to display them. I think, again, the only case you can make for a winder is when you have a piece like this, which you are perhaps which you can't be bothered to set every time you want to wear it, because it's part of a larger collection and you don't get to it every third day, right? In that case, I understand. In my case, I actually like having pieces of this sort, which allows me to interact with the watch a certain way when I want to wear it. It kind of lets you put in some work, get in touch with it. I don't get any action any other way, so it's like a little bit of foreplay. Play with that winding crown a little bit. Listen to her sound, set the date, set the day, set the year if you have the 2-digit or 4-digit display. Listen to it a little more, fondle her, and then go about your day. A little bit of morning sensuality with your wristwatch. I think that's well deserved on both ends of that relationship. So this is the Parmigiani Fleurier perpetual calendar in the toric case, moon phase indicator at 6, and the retrograde date display that takes a prominent place on the dial to the point that it eliminates the hour track. This piece has a fixed price of $39,000, and the current bid stands at $16,750 in US dollars. Please hit the like button while you are at it. This is a great piece as well. Lot number 13. We have a Parmigiani Fleurier toric chronograph in white gold with a striking black dial, which has this radial brushing, quite subtle on the hour track with Roman numerals, but a nice barley grain pattern on the guilloche at the center of the dial. Now, remember, King Charles III is being crowned. Chances are that he will be wearing the yellow gold version of this chronograph. chances are that Parmigiani Fleurier chronograph will be on his wrist on the coronation next month. I have talked quite a bit about this in a video that I made when he acceded to the crown. So I will share that video, my video on Charles's chronographs. No sound? You sure? That's very strange. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? One, two. Does it sound better? Okay, thank you. So yes, chances are he will be crowned with a toric chronograph in yellow gold on his wrist. He acceded to the throne with Parmigiani Fleurier toric chronograph. If you want to twin with King Charles III, if you want to have the same watch as he does, but different, this is a beautiful choice. I think this piece just looks striking in white gold anyways. A lot of the white gold versions have the Arabic numerals, this rather sporty look, but I really like this one. It looks at once very stately, but also quite sporty as well because of the black dial. This piece is actually built on the base of the Zenit El Primero caliber 400 with the date flipped from 4:30 o'clock to 1:30 o'clock. The hands are here executed in white for maximum contrast and legibility against the black dial, running seconds at 9 o'clock, 30-minute totalizer at 3, and a 12-hour counter at 6 o'clock. The centrally deployed chronograph seconds hand is in black. And it's really, really a beautiful piece. Very striking. Of course, you have a sapphire cabochon on the crown and a nicely treated version of the El Primero 400 with the customized Parmigiani Fleurier rotor in full gold with the medallion and barley grain guilloche motif. It's a 40 millimeter piece, again in that classic Parmigiani toric case. This piece has a fixed price of 22,300, which I think is a little steep for how they have been valued over the last few months of last year. And this piece is currently being bid at 9,500 in US dollars with 9 days left. Can you hear me now? Jake, can you hear me? Come on. I don't know what got into me. Sorry about that. So he keeps coming back sometimes. I can't do it on my own. You have to encourage me. All right. This is another iteration of the same chronograph in pink gold this time. Again, close but no cigar, which I think is only a good thing, right? For a good while, he was the Prince of Wales and a great influence for men's style all over the place. But it's always important to take an aspect of someone's style and make it your own. If you are going to take it in whole, it's better that you get it in a different color with a different sort of dial. And this is just perfect because it's pink gold instead of yellow gold and has a black dial with gilt accents rather than a silver dial. Again, you have the gear-shaped pattern at the center of the dial. All the numerals and details of this chronograph register is inscribed in gilt tones to match the case. And you actually have brushed gold plaque, which carries the branding. The date wheel has a white background, so it is actually legible. It does, for my taste, stick out like a sore thumb here, so I'm not gonna countenance that. I love this wide tank buckle, which puts into sharp focus that fluting, which we came to recognize from the bezel. As you can see, this is what I mean when I say the piece is like a column, right? And very architectural. You not only have a double stepped bezel, you also have the same kind of like the part of the iceberg that is underwater, right? You have the reflection of the same, in this case, of course, in equal proportion and with the same fluting decoration. So a lot of depth on this case, which happens to have a sapphire crystal case back for you to examine nicely. A déployant clasp in this case, which is very classy, and a nicely treated version of the Zenith El Primero, bean-shaped pushers that have a very sporty look on what is otherwise a perfectly classical watch. I believe this particular version is a limited edition. It says from around 2004, but what alerted me is this inscribed case number. It might not be, I don't have a particular information about this, but this is the first time I see this particular combination of the black dial with a pink gold case. At any rate, this is a beautiful version as well. Lot number 14, Parmigiani Fleurier toric chronograph built on the base of Zenith El Primero caliber 400. Fixed price is $22,300, but the current bid is $10,600 in US dollars. We have another expression of the perpetual calendar. Once again, in the toric case, they love this at yeah, people at Ineichen seem to love Parmigiani Fleurier, and especially the toric. But joking aside, it is really a beautiful watch. Here you see a yellow gold version of the toric. The perpetual calendar is slimmer than the chronograph, so the case back is a little more subtle, a little less architectural, a little less multi-layered. The watch is a little more sleek with a black guilloche dial at the center, gilt accents on the scales, on the seconds track, and the gold plaque that carries the brand. You have once again a retrograde date that is on a scale that takes the upper part of the dial, the upper half of the dial. Leap year indicator is once again at 12 o'clock, and you have the two apertures for the day of the week at 9 and month at 3, the sapphire cabochon at the crown. For the Parmigiani Fleurier perpetual calendar in yellow gold with the moon phase indicator and the retrograde dates, you have a fixed price of 33,450 at Ineichen. No buyer's premium. The current bid stands at 18,400 in US dollars with more than 9 days left on the clock. We are about halfway through our broadcast today, so please hit the like button. I would really appreciate it. That gives a little bit of a boost to this channel. And for a channel of this size, it is absolutely necessary. I'm trying to do everything to grow. This is my second live broadcast of the day. I took some time in the middle of the day as well to bring you more content, and I will do that increasingly. This is going to be the summer of the grind, but I need your support as I try to grow as well. This is one of the original models of Parmigiani Fleurier, but iterated in a different way. They started with Ionica, again, a name that takes after elements of ancient Greece, especially architectural elements. This was revised later to be called Kalpa, but before we get to Kalpa, there was the Parmigiani Fleurier Ionica, which introduced the 8-day power reserve caliber, which is presented with the French term hebdomadaire, weekly, which, for example, is used in reference to weekly journals and magazines, right? Like Charlie Hebdo, for example, hebdomadaire, that's an hebdomadaire. This is Beatles' approach, I guess, where you have 8 days a week, but it is a beautiful 8-day power reserve that is designed and perfectly shaped for this Ionica case, as you can see from the case back. It's decorated beautifully with these deeply scalloped stripes. The bridges are almost expressed like a painting, as bunches of clouds, just with beautiful anglage. The countersinks are beautifully polished for the screws as well as the rubies.
It's a beautiful sight. Of course, the base plate is finely applied with perlage as well. It's a fantastic hand-wound 8-day movement, which is a nice achievement. I love it. You know, I have a similar hand-wound movement on my reversal that has an 8-day power reserve. It's one of the watches that is, you know, the pride and joy of my collection, that I love wearing, that I love winding, that I love setting up. It's hand-wound movements really in some ways are the best. This is the Parmigiani Fleurier Ionica with the 8-day hand-wound power reserve, time and date only watch, power reserve indicator at 12 o'clock, Breguet numerals over a black guilloche dial with the barley grain pattern. That's the brand's trademark by now. Once again, you have a double-stepped bezel that is finely fluted. And again, an exquisitely decorated and beautifully shaped caliber that you can admire through a sapphire crystal caseback. This is once again lot number 16, Parmigiani Fleurier, Ionica hebdomadaire, with the current bid at 7,800 US dollars, with more than 9 days left. Lot number 17 is a classic neo-vintage Roger Dubuis from the late 90s. Roger Dubuis at the time basically had two case shapes, two main designs. The Sympathie is the more original one that is neither quite round nor entirely square, just a mix of both. A lot of times it comes in the sportier version with a three-pronged lug structure. In the earlier versions, it also has a very uniquely shaped and cut dial and crystal. Both of those aspects were eliminated in the later production because of how labor intensive and expensive it was. Whereas the homage was the classic case shape that was used by Monsieur Dubois, or Dubuis, I should say. And it really expresses his particular take on the Genevan tradition of watchmaking, which is, of course, something that he carries like a badge of pride, here expressed even on the dial. This is actually a bi-retrograde chronograph, which means perpetual calendar chronograph, I should say, which means you have these two registers for running seconds, a 30-minute totalizer at 3 o'clock, and then you have both the leap year indicator and the months at 12 o'clock. You have the moon phase indicator at 6 o'clock. You have the day of the week as a retrograde pointer wrapped around the continuous seconds on the left side of the case. And then you have the dates, again, wrapped around the 30-minute totalizer on the right side of the case. In each case, you snap, the hand snaps back, right? It goes in opposing directions too. So there's a lovely balance, equilibrium between the two sides. So the days advance as it ticks down from Monday to Sunday, and Monday it snaps back up, whereas the date advances upwards and snaps back down at the beginning of the month. It is a beautiful perpetual calendar chronograph with two retrograde hands in a beautiful 37 millimeter pink gold case. The heat blued hands, as you can see, are an absolute delight, except for the alpha hands, which match the tones of the case. They're all heat blued. And finally, you have an enamel dial, once again, a masterful element of traditional watchmaking. If that's not enough, you also have a perpetual calendar chronograph built just like a Patek Philippe, just like a 3970, on the basis of Lemania CH27, that is finished, assembled, and regulated to the highest standards expected from a watch that carries the hallmark of Geneva, which, of course, Roger Dubuis's homage by retrograde perpetual calendar chronograph does, as you can see here on the balance bridge. Matching tang buckle, beautiful sapphire case back that gives you a base, that gives you a glimpse onto the Lemania CH27 based chronograph movement. Really one of the most beautifully finished versions of it. Fight me. I absolutely adore it. This is the Roger Dubuis homage by retrograde perpetual calendar chronograph in a 37 millimeter pink gold case with an ivory enamel dial and a Geneva seal movement. The fixed price is 55,700, but the bidding currently stands at 26,750 with more than 9 days to go. Lot number 18 is a perpetual calendar, pure and simple, by Roger Dubuis. Once again, it is in the homage case, this time in a 40 millimeter version with a kind of oversized feuille hands, a beautiful moon phase between 7 and 8, Breguet numerals at 12, 2, 6, and 10, a pointer date at 4:30 o'clock, day and night indicator at 3, the two apertures for day of the week and month under at 12 o'clock under the branding, and of course I think this is like a blue galvanized meteorite for the sky of the moon phase, though I can't be entirely sure. It might be some sort of enamel painting as well. Does it say anything about that? It does not, unfortunately. The case looks absolutely pristine, by the way. It is a 40 millimeter white gold case with a black lacquered dial, which has a beautiful contrast. Absolutely puke-inducing choice of color for the strap, but it's okay if you need to import it. They can't, 90% of the time they can't send it anyways. Let them keep it, or put it on a simple black calfskin strap, which should serve you well for a classy prestige watch like this, with the perpetual calendar. The piece actually, again, is in pristine condition, matching white gold tank buckle. Glimpse onto the self-winding caliber that has the hallmark of Geneva, and that is additionally observatory grade, as you can see here, bulletin d'observatoire, right? It actually, the original versions, if this were a full set, would have a full booklet from the observatory with the chronometer measurements of this watch. This is lot 18. It's a Roger Dubuis white gold 40 millimeter cased perpetual calendar with a black lacquer dial, day and night indicator, as well as a moon phase indicator. Breguet numerals. Fixed price is 55,700. The current bid, however, stands at 30,100 in US dollars with 9 days to go. In the disruptive, newly established tradition of Ineichen Zürich as the auction house, there's no buyer's premium involved. This is what I was talking about earlier. This is the more adventurous design of Roger Dubuis. It is a case that's neither exactly a round case nor entirely square-like. It has officer-style lugs that are screwed through for the strap attachment. Both the dial and the sapphire crystal is cut in the unique shape of the case along the same lines. You have a dial that is emblazoned with elongated Roman numerals, a two-tone silver dial with a crosshair design at its center, which brings a certain sense of balance to what is otherwise, just to put it neutrally, an oddball shape. This is a perfect three-hander with centrally deployed seconds. You can see how you have a matching tank buckle in white gold to match, one of only 28 pieces. The self-winding caliber on the back, and all the certificates you can see here. You have the certificate for the Geneva hallmark. You have the papers for the piece that are stamped by Richemont in Paris. I think that's service papers. You have the full bulletin from the Besançon Observatory for the chronometer measurements. You have the outer box and the presentation box for the piece, as well as 3 extra straps. Just one of the most simple, pure, and beautiful watches ever made. I love the oversized leaf hands for this brand. Very stylish piece. And you can see both the railroad track for the minutes, which are marked every 5 minutes in red, and 1/5 of a second on the very perimeter of the case, of the dial, I should say, which is marked at around 12 o'clock with Bulletin d'Observatoire for the chronometric grade of the watch, 37 millimeter case from around 2002. This is the perfect 3-hander high horology piece by Roger Dubuis from early 2000s in the Sympathie case. The fixed price is 22,300. With more than 9 days to go, the bidding currently stands at 11,700 US dollars. Hey, LA Meth Witch, how are you doing, man? Nice to see you. Lots number 20 is the Art Deco design for the Roger Dubuis, perfectly rectangular with stylized Arabic numerals that seem to jump out of the case. This is actually a monopusher chronograph that has more of the air of a Frank Müller Long Island than a Roger Dubuis watch, but I'll take it because, again, you have a lovely interplay of shapes, the circle vying for domination with the rectangle, and of course the single pusher for the chronograph that is set upon the crown, which makes this actually a very minimalistic piece, a two-tone silver dial with a slight contrast to the chronograph registers. You have, once again, the movement base that is the Lemania CH27. It carries the hallmark of Geneva. Once again, as is the case with a particular combination of case material and dial color and style, this is only one of 28 for Roger Dubuis. This rectangular monopusher chronograph from Roger Dubuis in white gold with an interesting Art Deco case that looks mostly like a Frank Müller Long Island than anything. After all, Carlos Diaz was the designer of that case for Frank Müller, and later he was partner of Roger Dubuis. It only makes sense. The spade hands are a nice playful detail as well. This piece has a fixed price of 22,300. The buy it now option is also available at 22,300 with the current bids at around $9,000 with 9 days to go. Unfortunately, the watch is practically naked. Even the strap and the pin buckle that comes from with it is pretty generic. It's actually in stainless steel, in contrast with the white gold case. That's something to be noted. But this is an interesting monopusher execution of the chronograph that is a great piece of history. At lot number 20. Lot number 21 is F.B. Jean's Elegant, which is his approach to the quartz watch. As you know, it has a particular method of preserving energy, right? When it's left alone, it basically goes into sleep, starts snoozing, but keeps the time. So when you pick it up next time, it actually catches up and continues. Here it is served up on a rubber strap in its particular and peculiar presentation case. Entitle it in 40 millimeters as well, 35 by 40 from 2020 in this tonneau-shaped quartz watch by F.B. Jean, luminescent dial as well. In Titleits, again, with a fixed price of 66,850. The bidding has already risen to 31,200 in US dollars with more than 9 days left. At lot 22, we have one of the most popular models by Uhrwerk, which is the UR 103, UR 10308. This is a wandering hours complication. Uniquely shaped case, 50 by 36 from 2008. A fluted titanium case. With the tank buckle to match. The power reserve indicator is on the case back. As well as as well as a seconds dial and 15-minute increments on the back, so you can set the time a little more precisely if you need to, right? This is the part you basically engage with when you pick up your watch, when you wind it, when you set it. This is lot number 22. Once again, Uhrwerk, Uhr 10308 in titanium aluminum. It has a fixed price of 55,700 in its unique expression of wandering hours. It is currently being bid at 23,400 with 9 days to go. These were actually the 22 lots in the in the neo vintage watches auction. A great selection of monopusher chronographs by Ulysse Nardin, by Cartier from their CP collection, by also Roger Dubuis. Great Roger Dubuis watches that express at once the artisanal crafts of Genevan watchmaking, as well as the Swiss aspiration for mechanical precision that is testified by the observatory bulletins that a lot of these watches were accompanied by. Elements of classical design, and by classical, I mean properly classical here, that harken back to ancient Greece, and modern movement technologies in Parmigiani Fleurier, with a lot of their iconic neo-vintage models, the Zenith El Primero-based chronographs taking the center stage, gaining in popularity in the current context. A lot of interesting pieces by Anderson Genève that are both made in collaboration with Cartier for the jour et nuit, with a unique expression of day and night, of hours and minutes. Under his own brand, we had an example of that in an oversized but beautifully legible and very stately expression in a white gold case. We also had a perpetual calendar and world time by him. And finally, we also had some other Cartier pieces, both time only and perpetual calendar, that foregrounded their design aesthetic, which propelled them to a very prominent position today in the market as well. There are some oddball pieces that Ineichen listed, which I want to look at with you. For example, this old school reduced size Omega Speedmaster with the hand-wound movements. This is the Michael Schumacher edition. These were made in collaboration with the legendary Formula One champion, Schumi. They have the self-winding movements and the reduced case size, which no one seems to like or appreciate. This unique presentation case, which look like tires and which opens up and turns into a very unique way of displaying your watch. And actually, the piece comes on a matching rally style ribbed leather strap with contrast stitching that matches the red tones of the dial. There are a couple of different colored versions of these two, but of course, Ferrari red has to be the top choice in either case. This is lot 115 with a buy it now option for 3,350. With 4 days to go, the current bid stands at 2,700. Continuing with the Ferrari theme, we have a somewhat gaudy but an interesting piece of Girard Perregaux chronograph in 18 karat yellow gold with a matching bracelet. The piece is engraved on the case back. Manufacturé spécialement pour Ferrari. This is made for Ferrari. The prancing pony engraved on the case back and emblazoned on the dial as well at 12 o'clock, taking the prominence even from Girard Perregaux. Diamond set bezel. The presentation, the papers are included, and the presentation box is Ferrari red inside and out. This piece has a fixed price of 16,750, and it is currently being bid at 13,400. A red lacquered dial on a 38 millimeter yellow gold case, which comes on a matching bracelet and a diamond set bezel. The prancing pony, they just couldn't get enough of it, apparently, is also on the crown. I think it's a little too much, but it's so out there that I had to show it to you. This is lot 157. I know especially my friend Jake Brooks has a soft spot for Ferrari and for Ferrari red. So I wanted to pick out those two. The reduced sized Michael Schumacher Speedmaster and this Girard Perregaux Ferrari chronograph in 18 karat yellow gold with diamond bezel. I'm going to quickly grab some water and come right back while you guys look at this Portuguese. I'm back right here. Thank you for your patience. I have one more piece on Ineichen to present to you, and then I think I might just go with the Art of FP Jean. Why not? This is a special edition of IWC Portuguesa in 43 millimeter. Traditionally, of course, the Portuguesa has been the oversized dress watch of IWC. This is one of 3,000 pieces, so it's not incredibly unique, but it has a movement that is nicely exhibited and has decent decorative elements. Stainless steel case with stainless steel pin buckle to match, a white enamel dial that has the numerals, the Arabic numerals in blue, as if to match the handset, which is an heat blued set of Breguet, an oversized onion crown for a nice wind. The piece apparently has a couple of blemishes, namely the scratching on the crystal case back. There's a small hairline crack on the dial apparently, which is hard to see in the pictures, and I could not actually make it out here, but perhaps you could. At lot 153, this is an IWC Portuguesa in a limited edition in stainless steel, white enamel dial, 43 millimeter case, a nicely exhibited and decently decorated hand-wound movement as well. The fixed price is 7,800. The current bid with 4 days to go is 4,050. Actually, I want to take a look with you on an auction that ended today. This was by the Bonhams associate in Denmark, Brun Rasmussen, which had 56 lots of watches, mostly quite obscure, but some interesting pieces. Some pieces that are sold, others that are lingering and did not sell. There's some interesting pieces still that I always like this Eberhard chronograph, for example, from the 1980s in 38 millimeters in sterling silver, an interesting limited edition kind of piece. The case has taken on a certain patina. It is actually sold for 8,000 Danish crowns, which equates to, oh my God, My internet started acting up again. I don't know what I did. Hey, John D. I think I will do a quick restart because I'm having connection problems. Okay. Is this any better? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Are we communicating? Do I speak your language? Yes? No? Okay. Let's jump right in. We were looking at an auction that was finished yesterday in Denmark. Today, by my counting, earlier today, a special edition Eberhard chronograph that was sold for less than 1,200 in US dollars, 38 millimeter sterling silver piece. With a white enamel dial as well. Interesting example. A nice 4 digits date just. In stainless steel on a matching Jubilee bracelet that's absolutely shot to bits. Fluted white gold bezel to match the grain brushed and anthracite gray dial, which is set with diamonds. The watch has certainly seen better days and actually failed to sell. Just so you know, auctions are not always about the glitz and glamour and record-breaking pieces. There are auctions like these that happen every day with watches that don't sell, with watches that are snapped at breakneck prices. This piece, for example, is the first self-winding Bond Omega Seamaster 2531.80 with that old school guilloche wave dial and again a self-winding movement from late 90s. Comes with the original box, hang tags, manual, and the certificate from the AD from 1999. This piece sold for 14,000 in Danish crowns, which is a little more than 2,000. Ali Reza, thank you. 1588. I appreciate you. You are dropping before catching Z's. You came up earlier on JJ's today as a great vintage watch resource. Keep it up. Hey, they are very kind to note that, but let me add, I know everything. My knowledge is not just limited to vintage watches. I know quite a bit about modern independence, and I'm learning every day. I know quite a lot about the history of IWC and Lange as well, not to mention Gégé Lecoutre, past and present. You know, I need to pat my back sometimes. I don't get enough support at all. But again, I'm not commiserating. I'm not complaining. I do appreciate you, Ali Reza, and it's kind of anyone to bring me up in any sort of way. Honestly, I'm fine with people not talking shit behind my back and trying to undermine what I do. That's more than enough. You know, probably you know that anecdotes that's attributed to an encounter between Diogenes and Alexander, you know, when the emperor comes to the philosopher and says, "What can I do for you?" And he says, "If you could move a little bit so you don't block the sun, that's good enough for me. You know, any other channel, don't mess with me. That's more than enough. I don't need anyone's support." This is an Omega Seamaster 253180, the first self-winding Omega Bond watch, which sold for a little more than $2,000 just yesterday in Denmark on this auction as a full set, practically. A time capsule of sorts from 1999. I think this is a great watch, great starter watch for a sports watch collection, for a Bond watch collection, for a dive watch collection, for a neo vintage collection, just about anything. I know it's easier to say, go for a Rolex Datejust in a great condition, go for an Omega Speedmaster. But if you find one of these at a good price and in good condition, I think they are really some of the most fun watches you can get at around $3,000 and often even significantly less. Here's a small brand from Glashütte in that old school time only pilot watch style. I should say time and date, because there's a window for the dates at 3 o'clock. The piece is in stainless steel, right around 38 millimeters, early 2000s. It actually sold for 3,600 in Danish crowns, which is right above 500 US dollars. Again, I think it's a fantastic deal for something to play around. And hey, you know, again, if you are not within the EU, you might not want to deal with it. You might think it's a hassle to import, but to dip your toes in the auction circuit, I think places like this and purchases at this level are an interesting way to start exploring. So I would highly recommend. They're also very accessible. There are a lot of watches that sometimes fall through the cracks. I mean, just 2 months ago, this same auction house, Brun Rasmussen, which is one of the partners of the Bonhams network in Scandinavia, in Denmark specifically, were selling a lot of first generation Langes, an example of the Saxonia, an example of the Lange 1, both with solid case backs. And they didn't sell, and they were offered at an entirely reasonable, legitimate price point. So once every so often, you also can snap up some very collectible pieces too. But when it comes to these kinds of run-of-the-mill fun pieces at a very reasonable price point, these kinds of small auction houses are great. And you don't have to necessarily go abroad for this kind of stuff either. There are all kinds of local auction houses, certain kinds in the Northeast, others in the so-called American West. Just email me and I'll see what I can do in terms of recommendations if you're interested in exploring that world. Here is Cartier Santos Galbe, which is like a more squared version with a kind of champagne colored dial. Rosette guilloche pattern with elongated Roman numerals, hiding the Cartier signature as part of the V of the Roman numeral 7. The red box treatment with an extra pouch, as well as the product literature and the accompanying paperwork. This is Cartier Santos Galbe from early 2000s with self-winding movement. It sold at 10,500 crowns, which is a little more than 1,500 in US dollars. Now, I wasn't sure if I shared the link and if it went through while I was getting disconnected last time, so I'm sending it here again. There's another date just 1603 with that tapestry dial in anthracite gray. 1603 is, of course, stainless steel with the matching stainless steel engine turned bezel. It has a matching Jubilee bracelet that's absolutely shot to bits, and a Rolex crown, I think, but certainly a gold replacement. God knows who did that and why, but they have. This is a 16030, mid 80s stainless steel Rolex Datejust with the matching stainless steel engine turned bezel, and absolutely loosey goosey, jingly jangly Jubilee bracelet in stainless steel as well. Rolex box, hang tag, additional crystal, and the certificates. And with a mismatched gold Rolex crown. This piece sold for 22,000 Danish crowns, which is right around 3,200. Not a bad price, not exactly a steal either. So once again, a lesson in not getting carried away, even with things that you can seemingly get on a good deal. I love this piece as well. I remember these Polaris pieces, Omega Polaris, which was designed by Gerard Janta for Omega, and it was also advertised by John McEnroe. It was a beautiful piece. Let me see if I can dig up. I put this up on my Instagram. There we go. Please follow me on my Instagram, by the way. This is me on Instagram. And this is an advertisement by Omega for the Polaris, which was an integrated bracelets, titanium wristwatch for them that was designed by Gerard Janta and advertised by John McEnroe. It's a version of the Seamaster with 120 millimeters water resistance and case and integrated bracelet entirely executed in titanium with 18 karat inlaid gold accents. Now it's a quartz piece, and here you have an example of it that seemingly comes with the product literature from Omega. This example looks like it's stainless steel, though I couldn't be sure. Let's see from the back. Yeah, it would have said Titan or titanium in some shape or form. I believe this is the stainless steel version with the inlaid gold accents. You can recognize perhaps the Janta design by the particular shape of the hands. This is not in a particularly enviable condition, but there we go. An example of a very unique Omega piece from the 80s that was designed by none other than Gerard Janta, that sold for pennies on the dollar for around $150. Just a display example, really. Apparently, not only has the battery been depleted, but the hands don't really move. So for now, it might just serve as a paperweight, but still an interesting design from the 80s. the Omega Polaris Seamaster 120. And finally, a 70s Tissot piece with a TV shaped cushion case, a C-Star automatic, time and date with a blue sunburst style on a matching bracelet with straight end links. It's a ladder bracelet, so it has that interesting 70s style. This piece also sold for pennies on the dollar at around 230 US dollars. An interesting piece, 38 millimeters on this TV shaped case, a Tissot C-Star from late 70s, early 80s. That sold for around $250. Yes, thank you so much, Alireza. Thank you. I wanted to also share with you some other interesting pieces as we are moving on to the third end of the third hour into the fourth hour of our broadcast. So please hit the like button. I appreciate your presence and support. Special thanks to Alireza and Jake Brooks for their super chats, for their additional support. St. Peter, how are you doing, man?
Very well, thank you, sir. How are you?
Good. Nice to see you.
Yeah,
I miss you.
I know. It's been a minute. I'm sorry.
No worries.
I'm still adjusting to the new, the new digs. It's like a whole new setup. I'm like making this furniture for my place. So that takes a long time. So
Nice. So, did you see the JLC tank that I sent you? I saw that you noticed the triptych, but
I know. I couldn't look. I took a quick glance at the tank, but I couldn't. I apologize, man. I've been so. It's like you've been doing a very good job of sharing amazing content with me, and I just feel guilty. I haven't. It's like I'll look at it and I'll look at it and be like, oh, like I want to actually get into it, but yeah, I had to repost that triptych mainly because as you know, like the Vagabondage 3, like that's the one that really speaks to me. But when the photography from that auction was just so well executed. Like I couldn't help, I couldn't help.
So this is even I'm sharing another example of that piece. Nick Butter, thank you so much. I'll look at that for you, but this is kind of a similar thing. Again, very reminiscent of the Tank Normal case. This time, the gadroon is actually going through the dial as well.
And is that texture in this case, is that like, do we know how they applied this texture? Is it cast or is it machined or?
There are a number of different ways, but I'm guessing from the time period, and to the point that JLC was always one of the houses that had the hand-guided Rose lathes, Rose engines. I'm guessing it was by that method, because the CNC comes much later. This is a 60s piece by all likelihood, and stamping probably would have been a no-no at the time for a company like JLC, and I kind of doubt that it would have been necessarily easier to do it case and dial with stamping. I feel like that is somehow harder, but you would know better about something like that.
Yeah, I think at this scale, it's a tough call, because with casting, you usually wind up with like a certain amount of porosity,
Mhm.
just in this texture that it can get finished out. But the idea of finishing out all those grooves, it's tough. Like, I have a hard time imagining someone went in there and sanded out every one of those lines. But gold it's pretty soft. So, if they had good enough dyes, maybe it could be a stamping kind of thing. But it's a tough call. I mean, I think the age of this piece, like when you look at the right side of the case, it
Yeah.
you notice that like the pitch or like the frequency between like the light and the dark lines that you see is different on the left side from the right side.
Yeah.
And it might be more obvious in person, but it's possible that's from wear and tear. Like, just that side of the case is more worn down. So it's hard. It's hard to tell from the photographs.
Well, the thing is, the hallmarks on the case and the lugs, which are very angular, seems to be not in an impeccable but in a very healthy state. So chances are that might be just an irregularity, which, for better or worse, would probably hint towards some measure of hand-guided work, if not else. Or, like you said, maybe it's just stamping that's shifted a little bad. But I somehow feel that JLC wouldn't be that shoddy, at least not in this time period. Although anything is possible. I'm cynical too.
I would really like to handle more of these cases, and actually with magnification, look at them.
Sure.
Have you ever, are you familiar with the vernier scale?
Yes.
So, it's just, I've been so far removed from actual hands-on work that it's been a long time since I've looked at like a vernier ruler or vernier caliper. And I was using one in the shop the other day. And I love it because it's very, like, you actually have to look. Like, you have to look closely at it in order to get the correct dimension. It's an incredibly precise tool, but it requires eyesight because it's all about lining up these lines on the scale. And I just realized I wasn't using any magnification, and like, I was asking myself, like, is my eyesight just going? Like, am I am I finally at that point in time in my life where, like, oh man, like, maybe I need glasses? Like, I don't know, right? Or is it just that like these vernier scales have always been that precise, or that hard to look at, and it's been so long that I haven't looked at them. But I feel this way, like, sometimes with these cases. Like, a photograph communicates a lot, but when you see something in person, it's always completely different. Just when you can rotate it and see the way the light reflects off it. So it's it's really hard for me to tell, especially not ever handling this case before, if it looks like it's worn down or if that's just the nature of the texture of that case.
This is a different version. This was the first one that I sent you initially, which just has the case with those vertical stripes and the champagne colored dial.
Is that mineral crystal on there?
I think so. It's chances are that it's some sort of glass box style, but actually quite slim in profile, you can see.
It's so crazy when you look at these, these vintage watches and you see how incredibly slim they were able to make them.
Mm-hmm.
It surprises me that the standards today are not held as stringently with regards to thinness.
Well, one part of it is a trend. GPHG, up until a few years ago, actually had an entire category for extra thin. That was like, there's a prize dedicated to that. But since the arms race ended, people stopped caring, and that was eliminated as a category. But I think more importantly, people's understanding of luxury and luxury watches has completely changed, especially with the introduction of modern production methods at that segment, which is really something led by Rolex, for better or worse, where people started associating, even when it comes to stainless steel, quality and luxury with a certain kind of heft and weight. So the contemporary customer doesn't want elegance, sleekness, discretion for luxury. They want heft, they want weight, they want flash, they want presence. So extra thin watches are becoming popular in a certain niche again, but they don't stand a chance on the mainstream, unfortunately. And it's not because they can't make them that way. It's simply because it's not worth it, because it doesn't impress a lot of people. They feel like, oh, what is this? It's flimsy. It's toy-like. Get rid of this. This is not luxury.
I had never taken that into consideration until you said it, but just recently, having tried on like some heavy precious metal pieces, I get it, right? Like I understand especially if it's someone who's like, I want to feel the weight of that, like on my wrist. I could see how someone would object to like, but it's like my only pushback to that is there's this obsessive like fascination with these, like the super high end Richard Mille, like laminated carbon fiber, like the stuff that, we're talking about house money. It's like house money that feels like nothing on your wrist. And you don't get that kind of pushback with those kind of pieces. So I don't understand why in one regard you have this like hyper exclusive sports luxury brand. But then when it comes to, precious metal dress pieces, someone expects to like, oh, if it's gold, I want to feel that gold.
Well, I mean, people expect that even in stainless steel, and I didn't prefer that as a judgment. Don't take me wrong. It's just a preference, and it's just a general trend. Of course, there are exceptions to it, and I think that's exactly what Richard Mille is. Again, love it, hate it, whether it's your style or it's my style. You have to appreciate the kind of success that they have found. And it's not something that is on a downward trend either, right? They have a pretty much solidified 2-3% market share by now, which they actually multiply by several factors because of how expensive their watches are. They actually don't just pay lip service to technical innovation. They have basically a shared venture with AP. AP has a stake in them. They use AP's complications workshop, Renault et Papi, APRP, for their movements. They have been consistently for decades now. So I consider Richard Mille more of an exception to the norm rather than a necessarily counterexample of the larger trend, which I'm ready to die on that hill. I think the modern trend in luxury is about a certain kind of presence, still flash, substance, weight. It's not about I mean, Richard Mille might be light, but it's not discreet, it's not fine, it's not thin. It's not something that you want to slide under the cuff. You want to show it off. So in many ways, it's not an exception either. It just misses the weight, but nothing that a few pebbles cannot fix.
It's true. It's true.
But joking aside, it is what it is. I think that's an exception, but the larger trend stands. Fine dress watches, ultra thin pieces are not trendy at this point. That doesn't mean they're not a certain niche that a different kind of collector goes after, but I think they're far from the mainstream.
It part of me understands it in that for the money, it would be nice to have something, and I don't think you could apply this to RM in any regard because, to some extent, you do have to be careful, right? My understanding of like most of their pieces with their water resistance, like you can't really go swimming with them. You probably don't want to wear, I mean, yeah, you could probably wear them in the shower, maybe if you jump in the hot tub, possibly, I don't know. But I think that the idea of, and I made this mistake at a very young age when I was like new to wearing watches, where like I was partying and I like hopped into a hot tub with my watch on with like a leather strap and the whole thing. And fortunately it was not an expensive watch. And I realized it and I was like, oh no, like my watch, but I didn't realize it until I was already in there for minutes, like the watch was like under the water and that to me, like I think there's this thing about luxury where it's annoying if you do that and you immediately realize like, oh no, I just got in a hot tub and now there's like a multi-$1,000 service involved. Like that to me is like kind of annoying. But if you could do that and then you get out and you're like, oh look, it's great, like it still works, like the watch still works, like that's cool, right? Like you could somehow remind yourself, like, and I don't know if for other people if that's the deal breaker, but for me, with the obsession, like the contemporary obsession with sports chic, and like the whole like integrated bracelet and like all these sports models that typically have close to 100 or bare minimum like 50 meters water resistance, like this kind of thing.
Well, look, I mean, I will say something about this because it's been something that I've been thinking about. Because again, as a Rolex fanboy, I can get lost in the sauce pretty quickly and think very uncritically about Rolex, but once every so often, I try to find very reflective moments about it, since this has become not only a side hustle, but probably a full-time gig for me soon enough. Um, the idea is, when you look into the vintage market and even the neo vintage market, from Rolex, you can find all these usable, everyday wearable pieces that are waterproof, that are weatherproof, dustproof, very reliable, very durable. So, as much as we can say, on a very general and abstract level, and at the level of really cliche, Rolex is king because they have cornered the marketing, right? Because they write excellent copy, because they have the best endorsements and whatever. I'm not saying that isn't true. On the other hand, none of that would stick unless you had the substance, unless you had the legacy. Come with me to shop for vintage in some jewelry district, some other part of the world. We spent 3-4 days together, and um, we look for sports watches from 50s, 60s, and 70s, and we choose 10 watches, 10 Rolexes, 10 other for each decade, right? Over 3 days. And we do both, you choose 10 Rolex, you choose 10 other brands, 10, 10 best examples. Rolex will, excuse my French, beat the shit out of the next one in condition 8 out of 10 times. Because at that time, from then to today, from 60s to today, it's still an everyday wearable watch that has lasted, that has kept good condition, because it didn't leak in humidity, water, sweat, and whatever else every time people made, quote unquote, a mistake like you did, right?
Right.
So there's something to be said about that. Yes, Rolex is a lot about words and stories and emotions and marketing, but there is a reason that they have been so long lasting, and it's really enclosed in those two words: oyster, perpetual. The fact that they have wearable pieces on a daily basis, self-winding movements, well sealed, waterproof, weatherproof, dustproof cases from the 50s onward, especially. That's the key to Rolex's success. It's not something that is magical. It's actually perfectly utilitarian.
Right. And it's hard to ignore that fact. Right. And when you look at the numbers and you look at what this obsession with quality and value retention, all these things, like the synonymy with, I don't even think for me, it's like, it's not even about pure luxury, right? It's just, what is a good thing? Like, what's the best thing? And I actually think, like, it's important to always use that reference. It's important to say, well, the oyster case, pretty much every oyster case is rated for 100 meters, right? They set the industry standard for that. Now everyone else has to get in line. Like, if you're not there, you either have to be there or you got to beat it. And that's impressive, in my opinion. And for me, I think, especially with, like the Octafinissimo, when they released the stainless one, where they went from 30 atmospheres or 50 or whatever it was to 100, that's when it was a light bulb moment. That's when I said, wow, that's actually really impressive. Sure, everyone said the case got heavier, the case got thicker, but it's still ultra thin. And now it's fully stainless, and now it's 100 meters, and it's got all the other things you can point to. And so I know it's possible. And, I mean, the hill that I'm going to die on, and I genuinely believe I will pass away before this brand resolves this issue. But AP will continue being the 5 atmosphere Royal Oak brand, because they've just said, well, we've done it for this many years, so that no reason to. If you want a diver, you want the offshore. I think and I just look at that as saying, yeah, that's kind of a cop out, right? They'll say, well, we have a whole nother line of people that are actually interested in swimming and diving with our pieces. But what do you lose when you decide to get into that line? Like, you lose that beautiful, timeless elegance. And maybe, I don't know, like, maybe I'm overthinking this. Like, it's possible that real world examples, it doesn't actually matter. You can go in the pool, you go swimming, you go to the beach.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think you are not overthinking it, but I'm always asking the question when it comes to those sorts of designs, at the expense of what, right? If it's going to do anything to that crown, fuck it. Please don't touch it. I mean, please, they have wear all the kind of tacky shit you want to wear as the AP CEO to look 30 years younger. Do not touch the crown on the Royal Oak Jumbo just to make it more water resistant. Now, can they do other things? We're talking about AP. At the end of the day, they know their technical innovation. If they want to, they can pour some resources into making a new Royal Oak Jumbo that is perhaps slightly thicker. You gave a great example of the Octo Finissimo, right? Still the same movement between the titanium and stainless steel. The case material is changed, and it's maybe like a millimeter thicker, and suddenly you gain multiple factors of water resistance. So it's not like it's impossible, but in general, they are taking the easy way out. They are taking the cop out. So you are not wrong with that, because they could have invested more. And when they switched from caliber 2121 to 7121, they came up with a great design. They came up with a beautiful looking caliber with the double balance wheel, or double balance rather. But they have made a minuscule, if you ask me, improvement to the power reserve. In the same way, they have made absolutely no improvement to water resistance. Now, from a personal standpoint, I think it's mostly bunk. It really doesn't matter. I think people really exaggerated. Most watches that have 30 to 50 meters water resistance will get you through the day for the most part. And at the end of the day, it's a contemporary invention, this whole category of luxury sports watch. These were really thin dress watches that took really that put on the costume of being cool and sporty and chic, rather than being genuine sports watches. If we take, like you said, Rolex as the gold standard of that particular category. So I'm not trying to, engineer a cop out for them. Don't take me wrong, even though I have my personal opinion on the matter. They could have done so much better, but I think it's also just a false category, this whole idea of the luxury sports watch, because ultimately that's a contemporary expectation, and they just don't want to give up on a winning formula, because the Royal Oak languished for decades. It's finally become successful. they would rather want to eat that bread than trying to reinvent the wheel and lose grasp on that market again. Do you know what I mean? As
Of
much as
course.
I hate that,
No,
I
no,
understand it.
I do. I think, I think part of this for me is just, I want to be able to approach the Royal Oak and the contemporary management and the way that the brand releases the product in a way where there is very little fault. But that one to me is it's so easy to go there and say, you know what, for all the hype, for all the cost, for the obscene wait list, for all the hoops people have to jump through and everything else ad nauseum we've discussed, I will always go there. Now, that problem goes away, my tune changes completely. If they don't bump up the price 30, 40%, whatever it is, if they can solve that issue, because I want to be able to say, actually, you know what, it is the best, right? And for me, that's just an obvious. I do the same thing with the Speedmaster. I have the exact same problem with the Speedmaster. It's this thing everyone always says, oh, Speedmaster, iconic, all this. I'm like, what? Like, really? Like, it's like you can't like can you wear it to the beach? Can you go in the pool? Do you feel comfortable doing it?
Like what is what is this obsession with taking everything into the pool and the hot tub? Wear a Seiko for fuck's sake. That's what you're supposed to do. There you go. This is it. This is what you wear to the pool.
I listen. I want to. I want to get the. You know what I want for this to itch to scratch is the U50, like the tegmented, like I know, like to me one day it's like, you know what, like I want that thing. No one cares. They're gonna look at it. They're gonna be like, what's that weird watch? And I know it's like, oh, it's hardened like German submarine steel. Like it's just like it's so over the top. But
yeah, it's a I mean, it's very beautiful in its own way, and that's what I'm talking about. Like if you one day own a Vagabondage 3, will you complain about not being able to wear it to the beach? Are you serious? Like, I mean, it's like if I were talking about with you and you were claiming you're a one watch guy, you swore off this addiction, you just want that one piece that you can wear anywhere and everywhere. You have my respect, dude. I can't talk shit about that. But as a collector, you are telling me that this or that piece, and I'm not even a Speedmaster fanboy. I have respect for the model, but like, why do you want to wear it to the beach? Same thing with Navi Timer.
I know, but why
That's not a beach watch.
Here's my point. And a lot of people have been reluctant. Like, listen, like I'm the DeLonge fanboy, but yes, it's 100-piece limited edition. But like the Odysseus chronograph, I mean, like we're talking about full integrated bracelet, 120 meters water resistant, date chronograph with like this crazy, weird, completely unnecessary flyback function. Like you're talking about, and of course everyone, most of these are going to be safe queens, but
of course
that would be the one. That's the one that like you could actually like, yeah, I'm going to wear this. I'm actually going to wear this to the beach. Like I'm going to wear this in the hot tub. And at the same time, the only thing you're lacking is a calendar function, but you even have the day, right? So it even beats like a normal date, and this is just why for me, it's like this year of the releases, I know everyone's talking about, oh, the gumball dial, the emoji, day, like, dude, that shit, yes, they're going to be weird collector pieces. I'm convinced people are going to be sick. They're going to be like, I don't want to talk about that chronograph anymore. It's too thick. It's too expensive. There's not enough of them. Everyone's going to make those same 3 complaints. And then in another 20 or 30 years, people are going to be like, that was really cool. People are going to be like, can you believe like Lange? It was the only watch they released. Like they didn't care. Like that's all they did. They just dropped that one piece.
Well, there are a couple of reasons actually. As much as I appreciate their single-minded focus, one, they actually took the releases from the last 2 years with them as well. So they were essentially presenting 3 models. And 2, next year is the big 30. 30 years of Lange, 25 years for the Datograph. So there's some big things coming from Lange and multiple releases next year. Don't you worry. But I do appreciate, like you said, their single-minded focus this year. The only thing, look, I mean, on this channel, I discuss watches that are utterly unrealistic in terms of accessibility and availability for me, for most of the audience of this channel, but we try to learn, we try to absorb some information, we try to vicariously even absorb some of the pleasure. So for me, I immediately sideline, unless we are talking on a person-to-person basis who is genuinely trying to acquire this piece, we can sideline the question, how limited it is, how unobtainable it is, how overpriced it is, which are, undisputable truths, for sure. The only disappointment I have in this watch is that it doesn't have a ticking minute hand. Like with all those masterful aspects of the movement, including that reset to 0, where the seconds hand basically repeats the minute count. I'm very surprised that they didn't, in that centrally deployed minute hand, made something that perfectly ticks over every minute at the completion. They have something sweeping, rather. That's a minor disappointment for me and my only nitpick about this watch. Otherwise, it is also one of my favorite releases.
Right, because what you are proposing in the photograph that we're looking at right now, we would never see that hand in that position. It would either be at the 36 or the 37.
Yeah.
And, I think only having owned one chronograph, it's hard for me to wholeheartedly get behind that, because I'm annoyed by the fact that I don't have those like on the subdials I'm used to looking at. Yeah, I kind of wish I had that same kind of analog display. But I don't really know. Like, for all I know, I pick up 2 or 3 more chronographs. I get familiar with them. Maybe one of them has that function. Maybe one of them doesn't. Maybe I change my opinion about it. Maybe I say absolutely, like, you must have that.
Well, I mean, again, I presented it as nitpicking because I have a couple of different chronographs by now, and most of them are ancient, and they all have different ways of going about what they do, not only because some of them are hand wound, some of them are automatic, but for example, it doesn't bother me that my modern recreation of the Type 20 also has a minute hand on a sub counter that sweeps rather than ticks, right? Whereas my more antiquated chronographs, like the Lemania from 1940s and the Tricompax, triple calendar chronograph, both actually tick at the completion of the minutes, or rather crawl in this elegant, beautiful, subtle way at the end of the minute, like right. So it's like it's very beautiful on its own way. But the reason I expect that from Lange is because of how they set expectations for themselves in year 2023, right? If this is a mid-century chronograph by Lange that was made behind the Berlin Wall, I would have different standards for it for sure. But if this is a luxury self-winding chronograph that this brand that I love so dearly produces for the first time, this is their first automatic chronograph movement in the 29 years of their contemporary existence, I expected one better, because Lange is not about doing things good enough. Lange is doing things better than everyone else, plus one. It's not about, it's okay if the hand sweeps. No, you are Alan Gonzone. So the minute hand is going to tick, especially if you are going to charge 6 figures.
Right.
Again,
Right.
nitpicking, but I think that's the standards that they set for themselves, because they are that brand. They're that bitch in
Of
high
course.
horology. So
Yeah.
you have to set that standard and always play up to it.
I get that. I definitely, like, part of me agrees. I'm a little 50-50 on it, because I do give, I'll give a brand, like I'll give them a revision to work out the kinks, because if we're going to actually compare to other brands, there's so many instances of revisions that you see. Like I think like good example of this is like the Date Just 2 and the Date 2. It was this era where people were like, I want a bigger case, I want a big, and all of a sudden they said, oh, we're going to make this like really ugly proportion case. And it was out for a few years, and I think everyone across the board realized, like, that actually doesn't really look that good. Like, there's the people who say, I just need a larger case. Like, they don't actually care about the proportions, but they refine that, right? They said, okay, we're gonna keep it at, instead of 42 or 41 or whatever, we're splitting. They're like splitting millimeters now, but they actually changed everything. Like, they just made it slightly better. And okay, yeah, we can nitpick that. We can go back and say, well, they should have got it right the first time. But it's actually, when you compare like the modern, Date 840 Roman, like the Roman dial Date 840 to what the Date 2 is, I just think it's a massive, massive upgrade, So it took them a while to figure it out, but hey, they figured it out. For all that, Lange's doing this thing where, they're being coy. Oh, we don't know. We don't know what the future of the Odysseus is. There was that conversation with, did you see that conversation with, who were, I can't remember who it was. It was Wilhelm. Gary
It's
Getz.
Gary G, Wilhelm Schmidt, Justin Haast, and it's someone from Odinkia, I think.
Oh, that's right. It was it
Jeremy Stacy, I want to say. I might get it wrong. Anyway, but it's, yeah, I know the conversation. It's like the connoisseur conversation around the Odysseus. Now, again, I want to say two things about this. One thing that I liked, we don't know what the future of the Odysseus is. We knew it was going to be a chronograph from these pushers, right? Which that's something that they have done wonderfully and very subtly for this particular execution, because those are still used as correction for the date and day. Once you pull out the crown, you can use them to set the day and date still. But when the crown is screwed in, now they are chronograph pushers, start, stop, and reset.
This is the thing, right? Okay, this is where, like.
But one thing I wanted to add, again, the reason I expect Lange to not only get things right on the first time, but do one better, is the story of their split chronograph. 2004, they start with double split. 2018, they do the first triple split chronograph in the entire world. And it was only later that they did a split chronograph, pure and simple, in the Honeygold Rattrapante version of the 1815. So Lange is, again, they do the impossible first, and then do what everyone else does as a limited edition. So I understand you always want to give breaks to every single brand, especially when it's your favorite brand. Of course, you give them time to discover, time to experiment, time to try things out. But again, they are, in this case, with my minor rant, they are the victims of their own accomplishments, because they have set up the expectation to such an immense level.
My only devil's advocate position on this, and it's because we're picking favorites with these brands, and specifically hype brands. And a lot of, like, God, everybody talks about Rolex. Oh, look at what they did. Oh, they suck up so much of the air. And just imagine the kind of conversation that would be around a day date, swimmable, like full stainless chronograph from Rolex. Can you imagine, like, if Rolex was like, oh, we're doing a chronograph that's also a day date at the same time? I mean, people would people's heads would explode. They'd be like, oh, can you believe, like, they did this? They actually made this. Like, no. Oh, it's so. And to me, it's like, guys, like, this other brand, like, at the same time that they're just making, like, I think some good revisions. I don't like all the Daytona revisions, but a lot of them I think are pretty good. But, people are like talking about, oh, look at all these new Daytonas. Like, guys, like, it's very surprising to me that, and maybe it's just that, like, all the online, I know all the blogs, like all the big blogs, like Monochrome, Hodinkee, et al. They all gave this piece. It's, they said, hey, this is it. But for some reason, I just, in like online chatter, Instagram, YouTube space, I've been surprised at how little traction it's gotten. And like, that to me is like, I'm just like, I don't get it. Like, I don't know why more people aren't like, this is actually really, really cool.
I mean, I think, honestly, it's sometimes, I don't know if you had time to watch it, but the professor and I talked about this both in front of the camera earlier today, but also behind the scenes. Sometimes in our, and with all due respect, again, I don't want to assume anything on your part. I'm talking from my perspective, but at least with my autistic fixation on certain horological details, sometimes I miss the forest for the trees. So we forget that Lange is a brand that makes a few thousand watches, 6, 7. This is a watch that will have 100 units, period, that are going to be, I think, disseminated over 4 years. How much hype can it generate? There was also a video recently that was published, which is a conversation 1-to-1 between Wilhelm Schmidt and Ben Clymer. So there is hype, but there's proportionate hype, not disproportionate. Because how hard can you push 100 example run that's going to be dispersed over the next few years? And that is already basically all spoken for. Like, what are they supposed to do?
I guess I hear you, and that's a totally valid counterpoint. I think that what I will say though, and these big brands that are high volume producers that also have off catalog pieces, and people seem to always be fetishizing the fact that there is no accounting, right? Like a lot, like when you take like a Rainbow Daytona, for example, no one knows how many are they making a year. Nobody really knows. Like, they could be incredibly limited, but because they don't say, well, we're only making 100, this I actually think that this was an interesting move with how Moser just did the smoked salmon streamliner, right? They it's not quantity limited, it's duration limited, and that, to me, it's not new. It's not, they're not this is nothing groundbreaking. Let's get that out there in the open. But that to me is fascinating, because they're basically saying, we are only going to produce this watch for 1 year. So right now, anyone who's like, I have to get one of those, they're all going to line up, do whatever they need to do to try to get in the queue. But no one is saying, I want 77 out of 100. I want 69 out of 100. I want 13 out of 100. And
I would want 69.
Of course.
And Ozzy knows this as well. Listen, I think actually, the interesting thing is what you're underlining here. Basically, Schmidt talked about in his conversation with Ben Clymer. He says, the reason we did the titanium version of the Odysseus in a limited run of 200, and the reason we did this in a limited run of 100 is because we can actually tell people we are sold out, which Moser chose a different way of saying the window has closed, right? It's rather Kafkaesque still,
right.
But the point remains that at least, and this is something we talked about, I'm not trying to pump the discussion up too much, but when the professor comes and we have like a dedicated hour and a half, a lot of great things, a lot of great insights come out. And we were just talking about this as well, that the play with scarcity marketing in luxury is a very delicate dance. You can't tease the customer too much, right? In the sense that you have to also give the customer some kind of experience, some sort of proximity or access before you tell them, oh, it's not available immediately. Oh, it's a little exclusive. We can't give it to you just yet. Oh, you missed your chance for now, but there will be opportunities in the future. And that's the game that Rolex and Patek started playing with increasing efficiency. And this is the game that now at other scales, players like Moser and Lange are playing in their own way. Because in the game of luxury, since we are also talking about Lange, there's the phrase, German phrase. Vorfreude ist die schönste Freude, right? The most beautiful pleasure is that pleasure you get from the expectation, from the prefiguration of it, right? And it has, of course, Freudian undertones, as you can probably already tell. So you have to sustain that expectation of consummation, of pleasure, of fulfillment, without necessarily giving everything all at once, or without denying everything all at once. So that's a great strategy from Moza. And as much as I resent it as a hopeful fanboy of Lange, it's also a good strategy on Lange's part, because at least they can say in a clear-cut way, 100 examples sold out, 200 examples already spoken for, 250 we are gonna disperse it in 3 years. You can get on a wait list, but we can't promise anything at all. I think that's much more clear. That gets you into the door and sets you off on a journey where the house always wins, unfortunately.
My only comment to that is I thought about that perspective from a fortunate and privileged buyer, right? Like a collector who actually has pull with these brands, who is basically ready and willing whenever that special allocation is given to them. And I thought about that, and I was like, that's a really beautiful privilege to be able to own. And I understand that in certain tiers of society, let's say, like there's some people that are always trying for the next best thing. They could already have a collection that would make anyone just say, that's it, I'm complete, I'm whole. But they don't feel whole, because their path is always to get the next best special thing. And I thought of like a pretty hardcore Lange collector who I've been able to meet in New York that has high complications, deeply invested in the brand, high complications, and was also allocated a honey gold lumen Zeitwerk. And I remember when those came out, everyone was like, holy shit, it's like the new Zeitwerk lumen, it's honey gold. Everybody was talking about it. And there was all this chatter, like the Watchbox guys. I remember Mike Manjos, I think both Tim Masso and Mike Manjos were both saying, it's so despicable what Lange's doing. Like Manjos said, oh, all these people are calling me now, like, what could I get for this grand comp Lange? And they basically were just saying, oh, what the brand is doing is terrible. They're making people bundle these high complications just to get this super.
I'll say one thing. Again, even the big guns like Mike Manjos are not devoid of personal feelings. I don't know if you know this, but Mike is a big time collector of Lange himself, and from the 90s. So
I know. No, I know. Watchbox.
has,
they've been pumping Lange as long as I've known about
no.
Yeah.
He has personal emotion invested in it. So of course he will come out in a certain way and say those things, because he has already a pretty enviable collection. So you get, in fact, like you were saying, you can fantasize about being a big time collector of any given brand, but it's all consuming at a certain level. It never ends. It doesn't matter if you have an entire constellation of the first quartet with the solid case backs. It doesn't matter if you have all the chronographs, all the split versions. Now you need all the lumens. Now you need everything made in honey gold. There is no end, even within a single brand, which is pretty small, which is, if you consider their modern history, actually quite young. They're just reaching 30 years old like next year. So it's, even at the level of a Mike Mandros, there is a lot of unfulfilled desires and grails and goals. It just never ends. On the one hand, that's exciting. On the other hand, it's also despairing.
I guess I got a little sidetracked by like articulating those anecdotes, but the where I wanted to take it from your previous comment before I went was that this whole dangling carrot method, right? Like, hey, the brands say, stick with us. We know you're good people. We reward good people. Be patient. Have faith in us. For someone like me who doesn't need to have every single special thing, I can say, you know what, when that one special piece comes out, if I stick with this brand for 10 years, I go to the events, I say, oh, I don't know, like, I just want to let you guys know, whatever. I have no idea. Like, I'm never going to be like these larger bankroll collectors. Let's just put it that way. But like, maybe, and I'm not even talking about Langa specifically, but maybe there's like one thing in the future that's a special limited edition thing. And maybe I didn't get it 5 times in a row. And every 5 times I said, oh God, I would really like to, it's like, I would really love to have this. And they're like, oh, it's okay. Don't worry. One of these days we'll take care of you. Like, to me, the one of these days, when it finally comes around to being, oh, it's that day, the one of these days, and you get that one super special piece. Like, I just generally believe, like, yeah, that's fine. Like, it's worth it. Like, you don't need to have, you don't, like, of course, it's very impressive to have all the lumens and all the splits, or the first autograph, and then you got a triple split, and then you got perpetual calendar, and you got, like, okay, yeah, I mean, that's amazing. Like, good for you. But I also think just someone who has, a cool, interesting collection that's modest, but also has that one piece where they said, you know what, I put in the work, and I showed up to those openings, and I showed up to those events, and I schmoozed, and I did what I had to do to let people know I don't need them all. It'd just be nice to get a break one of these days, even if it was just, one of the honey gold, ultra thin sex, or was it a 1815 or the Saxonia? I can't remember. They were all 1815s, right? That they released when they did the honey gold Rattrapant. I think it was all. Was it all 18?
Yeah, that's an 1815 Rattrapant. First in honey gold, next run was in platinum. I think the honey gold is the more beautiful one, but
and
that's just me.
And that year there were, like, I believe it was 3 honey gold models. There was the Rattrapant chronograph. There was the Grand Complication 1815. That was like a $500,000. And then there was the 18. I think it was also an 1815. It was all on that line. That was, the case back was like all frosted.
I
Like, I
think
remember.
it's homage to F.A. Lange. No, it's not that.
Yes, that
The
may be.
thin one.
That very thin.
Yeah.
But there were a lot of them. There was like 100 or like 175. Like, it wasn't,
Yeah.
compared to, the Rattrapant was like 50, and then the Grand Comp was like 25. Like super limited. Or I think the ultra thin was 175. It was like the 175 year
Yeah.
or I can't, or actually, does that make sense? I can't
Yeah,
remember.
175. It is one with white enamel dial, nicely decorated movement. I remember that.
Yeah, and that was actually at, as far as long ago, is like a pretty accessible price point, right? Now, I'm sure that those pieces maybe were pre-allocated. Like, it's possible that they had collectors in mind, but like maybe there was like a person who like had one or two pieces, who was like kind of new but very passionate, and they just were able to get, maybe they were able to get one of those. I have no idea. We'll only see. Time will tell. But like, that kind of story to me is one that maybe it's all fantasy. Maybe I'm imagining something that never actually happens in real life. But it, to me, I feel like that if you really introduce yourself to a company, and you're present and you're there and you let them know you mean business, it's possible, if you put in the work over time, they'll say, hey, we'll
I
throw you.
mean, again, I don't have, I'm not averse to that. On the other hand, it's not my style, right? I guess that's why I over the last couple of decades, that's why I always ended up um tending towards something, again, a very special piece, very considered piece always, and something that not everyone goes for at all, something that I need to hunt, something that I need to track down, something that I need to educate myself on and learn from scratch and wait for the right opportunity. And ultimately, it's the same game, but I think it's played in a way that gives me more agency, that gives me more um, opportunities to learn, educate, and edify myself. And at the end of the day, not only do I get the pleasure of acquiring a very special watch, I also enjoy the entire process. Whereas for me, from my personal standpoint, that what you're describing, even if it ends with an acquisition of a very special piece at the end of the day, that sounds excruciating to me. That sounds painful to me. I I don't like that. I could learn, I could educate myself, I could experience 1,000 watches scouring through vintage dealers with the time I will spend schmoozing at social events for Lange or Jean or even Moza or anything else. To be honest, like there are a lot of brands I took to saying in a half serious way, Philippe Dufour, Kari Voutilainen, and François Porjon are the new Holy Trinity, right? I love these people. I adore their watchmaking. There's so many models, so many design inventions, so many technical elements. Like, what would I do to acquire a very rare watch by F.P. Jean, for example? Like, so I could give for a Carpe Diem, for example, which is in a way even the predecessor of the Vagabondage, that the original jump hour piece that he did. I could surrender a limb if if they can give one to me today. Um, I would love to have uh, simplicity. I would love to have a decimal strike by Kari Voutilainen, for sure. Who wouldn't? The sky is the limit, right? The world is yours. It's great. But I get even more pleasure from hunting down pieces, learning more, improving myself along the way, both in terms of my knowledge and my own taste. And ideally becoming better rather than becoming bitter. Um, that's my approach to it. Not that I judge anyone else who wants to get in line in a certain way, because actually those events are not shallow. They're not just schmoozing. A lot of times those kinds of events can put you in touch with very knowledgeable, very passionate, and very amiable collectors that can give you a lot of passion, that can share a lot of knowledge with you, and that can share with you a lot of important connections as well. So I don't talk that down, but it's
Right.
not
And
my preference.
I mean, like part of it might just be, I mean, my style, right? It's like I can't talk all the talk, but I could talk some of the talk. I could talk more of the talk than I could walk the walk. But the reality is, I feel like in this industry, there is just being able to talk the talk is already like that's already a first step, because there's so many people who maybe they have access to it or someone introduced them, but they haven't spent the last 10 years of their life like passionate and obsessed with the hobby. And that's the difference, like you do over time. We build a wealth of knowledge about these things. We learn more about the history of these brands. We learn how to pronounce all the funny sounding words more accurately. We make sure when we say the things, we're actually pronouncing it correctly. We learn more about what makes a complication unique, what makes it rare, what makes it difficult to service, what makes it difficult to fabricate. We learn about the finishing techniques, why certain finishing techniques are more rare than others. Why? And my experience when I meet new people is I'm not just trying to, oh, let me say whatever I think the coolest thing is to say. I'm just like, oh, like, let's just have the conversation. Let's talk about stuff. And someone tells me about a brand I've never heard of before. They tell me about a historically important thing. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'll just admit it, express my humility, say I'm interested in learning more. The one area I could tell you, and I kind of resent this, and I realize it's because I'm just not that obsessed with the brand, is when it comes to Patek reference numbers. When you hear people start talking about Patek reference numbers, I'm just like, I'm just not there yet, because I really just don't like the brand that much to know all these.
That's
Everyone's
okay.
like, and it's exactly, it's like
Again, some people are not born with the gift of neurodivergence either, so it's okay.
but
It's hip to be square sometimes.
it is.
SP.
I like being square. It's cool. It's cool. I try to be as square as I can, but like I also like freaking out squares. Like for me, like that's the real trip. Like I want to freak out the squares because I win. Like if I could successfully freak them out, then you know I'll freak them out again, or maybe not. But there's always that one thing where I think you can get caught off guard, and someone could just start, and it's possible that you're in a setting where now all of a sudden you can't keep up. Right? You're there. You're desperately trying to keep up, but you actually can't keep up. And so you either have to choose to fumble through it, or you just stand on the sidelines and observe and like try to learn, which I also, there's maybe there's some validity in doing that, but I do think that in a more, healthy uh, society, like in a more healthy
Mm.
community type environment, you would have people saying, It's okay. Don't worry. I was there before. This is
Yeah.
the trick I learned to help me remember. Here are all the characteristics from this one reference, that once you get it, like once you know those numbers, you know that era. That to me, I think is really beautiful. And I personally have experienced that with so many people who I've met in this world. And
In the real world, usually, by the way. I mean, that's the actual net gain of those collectors meetings you're talking about, because you can have those moments where people, it doesn't have to be some sort of arcane knowledge, right? It can be just a slight shift in perspective, something that you didn't consider before, or something that you didn't necessarily consider in that way. And that's why, to me, the increasing diversity of the watch collecting community is a positive net good, because you have a multiplicity of perspectives, even the perspective that comes from absolute naivete and humility is extremely valuable to me, because it takes me back to those days where, where I was that guy, right? Where I was just bothering all these jewelers with odd questions that sometimes they just couldn't be bothered. Why would you want to know what caliber is in this watch? Who cares about that? That was how people were approaching watches at a certain point in time, especially in the in the among jewelers that I dealt with. But I also bumped into people who were like, "You care about that? Come here, kid. I'll show you something. Let me take off this case back, show you how the movements beats, show you the difference between this gear train and that, a horizontal clutch and a vertical clutch. What the hell is a column wheel anyways?" So that's really how you educate yourself. And you need moments sometimes, not only to humble yourself, but also experience that humility through others, because it just introduces you to how, we were talking about the desperation of how collection is an endless game, but so is the wealth of knowledge. When it comes to horology, it means there's always one more thing to learn, and I think that's a beautiful thing. No one knows everything.
no, it is in that I've so this is something even in my own industry, like in the construct, like in New York is like a construction town, and it's all about like you got to present yourself as you have to wear your competency, like wear it on your chest, wear it on your sleeve, all this kind of stuff. And the one thing I realized now, over a decade in, is like you cannot fake experience. You can't buy it. I don't care who your dad is. I don't care what school you went to. You can't buy this shit. If you could, buildings would be getting done faster and cheaper, and there would be less headaches. And there's a reason why they're not, because this work is incredibly complicated and detailed. The materials are changing, the standards are changing, the regulations are constantly changing, and you have to adapt to this stuff. So there is no, oh, well, I was part of the Diamond Club, so like we got the bump, and like it's like, no, it doesn't work that way. And when you meet someone, like when I was younger and more frankly naive, I thought I must make it sound like I'm competent instead of just straight up being humble and saying, you know what, I'm this age, I'm passionate about what I do, and I don't want to make any mistakes. I apologize. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like, these are the kind of things, this is like, I don't understand why they're not teaching young children, like, it's okay to be this way. Like, you're not always trying to fake it. You don't always have to fake it until you make it. You can actually just be a real person. Like, it's okay, right? Like,
Oh, you are aiming at the foundations of American ideology. I think that will take another 4 hours for us to dissect. And I'm already, like, my legs are about to give up. So
but that's the advice I would give to,
yeah,
like, a young collector entering the space, especially
because you are so old yourself.
I am, dude. I'm like, I'm almost 40.
So am I, except I look more like 60, whereas you look your age.
I was hanging out with a coworker tonight who was basically, he's at an age where he's looking at people who are 70 now, and he doesn't, like, for him it's hard to wrap his head around, like he can't refer to them as old because he's so close to that he's like, well, no, that's not old. Like, 70.
70 is the new 50, man. What are you talking about?
Yeah, he's in his 50s, so he's like, oh, 70.
All right, so we are going to say goodbye. I have talked about a couple of auctions, specifically in Ineichen Zürich's neo-vintage curation, which is a timed and online exclusive that is going on for another 8-9 days. And then I have took a quick look at Brun Rasmussen, who is an affiliate of the Bonhams Network out of Denmark, for some oddball pieces. And then St. Peter was nice enough to join me so we could have more of a freewheeling conversation, go back and forth on our shared love for Alango and Söhne and everything about Wilhelm Schmid's accent.
I love that legability is
legability is
I can't, I gotta make some legability memes because you can only imagine where that could go.
No, it's just also, I mean, to me, honestly, Wilhelm Schmid has the comportment of a perfect gentleman too. I like the way he puts himself together. I think he fills that CEO role so well visually on the surface level. I don't know anything about the daily, ins and outs and, goings of the company. I can't say anything about that, but they seem to be doing rather well for themselves anyway. And yeah, he has he has like a very likable, affable way of speaking as well. And like you said, an accent that's a little difficult to place. So I don't feel as bad about focusing on certain quirks of it, in the same way that I don't mind when people make fun of certain ways that I pronounce words in English or in this or that language, because
I will always remind you about the rice and beans bracelet.
Yeah. Look, I mean, in it's the Twilight Zone. After hour 3, I complain about not having set up my studio, but even when I was sitting down after hour 3 of a live stream, especially the way I run it, where I don't always have guests, and it's like, except for water breaks, it's like nonstop. talking, it's the twilight zone. The last hour is the twilight zone. I might say, I'm actually surprised that I didn't say some outrageous thing about something or someone, that I didn't have a nervous breakdown of some sort, that I didn't have, I don't know, like a physical exhaustion episode of, I don't know, So I'm surprised that all I did is the rice and beans bracelet, because I'm fucking hungry, and I love me some Tex-Mex. So
It's very, very good.
it does come up.
I will say this though, and again, thank you so much. It's always a privilege and an honor. It's great to continue the conversation.
Likewise.
But I'm a sucker for Tony. Tony DeHaas is. I feel like he's one of the people, like, as far as like the front facing individuals of the brand, who kind of pulled me in. I was like, this guy's like funny. He's got like a weird sense of humor, but like it's obvious,
Yeah.
like he really knows about this shit. And
he's also unmistakably Dutch as well. So I have less, just like when I make the Arnold impression, it's like he's a character, right? I don't feel like I'm objectifying some nationality or ethnicity, because it's the governor, it's Arnold, it's get down, get to the chopper, come on. It's something different. But yeah, when it comes to Tony DeHaas, I love the guy, but I don't want to obsess too much over it, because to me he is like quintessentially Dutch, the sense of humor, the accent, everything. But he has serious chops, as you know, because he worked at IWC for a very long time. He worked at Renault et Papy, and he came to Lange through that long journey, and that doesn't happen by, you don't become technical director of a brand like Lange just by playing a character, right? We were talking about faking until you make it. Tony DeHaas is not one of those people.
You don't fake that.
He's watch guy. I mean, that guy really knows what he's talking about, and he has, again, the gift of being able to relate it at such a personable and fun way.
Yeah, I'm still looking forward to. I know one of these days I'll be able to shake his hand and just be like, man, I've been obsessed with this brand for years, and you have a really good sense of humor.
Yeah.
I'll have to think of something clever to say. I'll have to go back through the videos and think of something clever. But it's funny. It's like, I think a lot of these conversations, the more organically they happen, it's actually the better. Right? It's better just to be yourself, and let people be themselves, and let your guard down a bit. Like, to me, that's the real meat of it. That's the real the kind of part of life. And it's also nice in some of these settings where you go into it thinking, oh, I gotta have my A game on. It's like, actually, it's like, nah, man, like, it's life, man. Just live, enjoy it.
Life is too short, man. We are put on so many different trials, put through, I meant to say, so many different trials, so many, tense situations in a professional environment. And even then, is it really worth it? When it comes to watches, like you said, let your guard down, just enjoy it. And it doesn't come naturally to anyone. It's not something that grows. Yes, Switzerland has the tradition, but it's not something that grows out of the soil. These people put in the work, they put in the hours, they also learn from scratch, even if it is by looking over the shoulder of their fathers and grandfathers and even mothers, etc. It doesn't come for free. Nothing, everything is earned, nothing is given. And that's the beautiful thing about certain practices and even segments of luxury product that is at its core artisanship. There's something about it that no layer of marketing, no dimension of games and ploys can take away. There's something irreducibly craft like. There is something irreducibly individual and human oriented in watchmaking that you have to experience it individually. You have to put in the hours. You have to be willing to learn and forever remain a student. It's humbling. It is humbling.
True. I couldn't agree more. But again, my friend, thank you so much. I hope you have a wonderful evening and a great rest of your week.
Thank you, man. Hope to see you again soon. I am slowly drifting away, slowly fading. So thank you everyone for being here. If you have not hit the like button, please do so on the way out. Feel free to share the earlier conversation on the horological market that I had with the professor, with your loved ones. It's a little longer than an hour, but entirely consumable in one sitting and quite engaging. So please check it out and share it far and wide. If you would like to support this channel, which is fully independent and autonomous and at the service of its audience, and therefore also at the behest of its audience, feel free to check out the links that are in the rolling ticker that are also included in the video description, and they are actually now also pinned in the chat. If you join me on Patreon, I send you interesting deals and exclusive content on a daily basis. These are 3 watches that present value propositions, but perhaps more importantly, through the exclusive content where I explain and account for every choice I make, it ends up turning into an educational and informative journey for everyone. So I would highly recommend it. And the tiers are very self-explanatory. You can simply choose to support me. You can take advantage of this service, or you can even hire me as a consultant on a more regular basis. But I remain accessible to you here on the live stream at any rate. So feel free to check me out on a regular basis here. I'll see you tomorrow again. Until then, please wear your watches, enjoy them, and take care of yourself. Adieu.